Alright, hello everyone. I hope you all are doing well. We are returning to the courtroom. Again, I just wanted to kind of binge through this one because I know that this is one of the most I don't know if it's the best one. I'd say the best one in the trilogy because I haven't really experienced much of the latter half. I played Ace Attorney 5 and I've seen bits and pieces of Ace Attorney 4, so I can't necessarily judge. But right now this is the best one, but I hope everyone is doing well. Happy Friday to all of you. AK, of course. Happy Friday, yes. Oh, man. This week just kind of feels like I'm feeling good. I'm feeling fine. I'm getting enough sleep. I feel like I could sleep more, but who doesn't sometimes? Especially this time of year with all the busyness and stuff. But I got a lot done yesterday. Got to rest, got to make a whole new batch of treats for family and friends and such. Got a lot of the gifts wrapped and stuff. So yesterday was a productive day. So I hope everyone has had a good week. And if this is your final work day before the holidays, congrats, you made it. Oh, man. So what, like people are gonna get like a 3, maybe a 4 3-day weekend? Who knows? But either way, we are back with more Ace Attorney, of course. Last time we finished 3-2, we started 3-3, a recipe for turnabout. And man, what a recipe it has been. Considering we have a phony who has done a trial in our stead and gotten Maggie Bird convicted and such. Made it go back the 28th. Let's go! Very nice. That's a good break. I hope you enjoyed, EK. But, yeah. And what, we've at least made a better point than the first trial of, hey, there's a lot more shenanigans going on with this case than was previously pointed out a month ago. And so we are on day 2 of investigation to find out what the heck is going on, what is our phony doing, and what is going on behind the scenes. All that such. But yeah. So I guess we'll go ahead and get into it. Man, last time was a thing because I got stuck, and I think it was probably just because I was lawyering too much, and my brain was just like trying to point out the obvious and such. But alright. So how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? Right? That's a fair question, Phoenix. We also had an appearance of Mia, so... You two missed it yesterday. Oh, oh, that makes my heart happy. It got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. I mean, one way or another, it at least invalidated the key witness from the previous one. No, he's not going to be very happy with us. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what old Mr. Kudo saw, the apron straps and the ribbon, and that the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis. Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Maya. Yeah, we gotta find one for Maggie or she's going to have a terminal case of guilty. I love this game's writing, let it be known. And all of its twists and turns and all of its humor and everything too, even if some of it is outdated. When I was looking this up the other day, while setting stuff for YouTube and everything, turns out the original Trials and Tribulations came out 2004. So this game is almost 20 years old, not even counting it coming out with the trilogy and such. I don't even know if they would have updated some of the humor or the writing from the trilogy from the original release. That's crazy. I told you guys, like this came out on like the DS and the Wii back in the day, so it's crazy. I guess let's go talk to Maggie real quick, see how she's doing. I guess Maggie's still in questioning, but we've got questions to ask her too. Maggie! Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. But 2004 was like last year, right? Right? I'm still back in high school. Oh, man. This time of year definitely makes me reflect because not only with Christmas and the New Year, but also with Spirit and I's wedding anniversary and everything, but it's like we've been married 14 years now because we got married in 2009. But my gosh, it's crazy to think back that far back, even into high school when we were dating, and even everything else that was going on in life and whatnot. Because good gosh, it's like I feel like a dumb kid in comparison to how I was in now than I was in high school. But you grow up, you live, and you learn. So, all right, let's go see if Gumshoe's got anything for us. Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that. What's going on? It feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah. Everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Calling the officers for the briefing, quick! Can't you shut down the station's server? Chief, quit playing on the internet! But my email pen pal, lead Asian princess. Chief, please. C'est la vie? Yes. Save it for later. I'm turning it off now. No! Lead Asian princess! Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Speaking of the internet back in that day and internet names and everything, my gosh. Keeping busy. More like panicking if you ask me. Something's going on. Something big. Can we ask the chief? Must be the chief of detectives here. He looks lost now that the power to his computer has been cut. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to write her a real letter instead of an email. Alternately, you could write up some reports. Just a suggestion. Dear Lead Asian Princess, how are you? I'm okay. How was the show last night? Wow, what an awesome job. Maybe I should send in my resume and become chief. Well, I seem kind of crazy right now. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Even pickpockets can have their pockets picked. That's a keeper. Better to go with something that doesn't sound too much like a slogan. He must be coming up with slogans for a crime prevention campaign. I'm not sure even he knows what kind of crime he's trying to prevent. Ouch. Alright, I guess we're going to Tribulations. Somebody or something's gotta be here. Empty, as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime too. That's it! Come on, come on, come on! Hey, that sounds like... Now just call an 8, pal! Come on, I know you can! He's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number! Playing lottery. Ugh, looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just... I was just listening to the radio, pal. To the radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is, and he's having the twin tea set. What can I say? What can you say? That you have like $20 to spend on a very bad lunch. This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? You really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it. For once. For once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? You preferred crumbly like aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean? About that. Well, how did she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again. Something like that. Oh, he's heartbroken. Please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean. Why? Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. As we said before, c'est la vie. So, did you like the twin tea set? I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. So, how did it taste? Well, for 20 bucks, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, really. It was delicate. I don't know that song, I only know the title. Delicate? You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you? What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it! I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste, and I just realized it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. It's just kind of hard to admit it to yourself when you paid 20 bucks for it, you know? Maybe he should have found out about the price after he had finished eating. Hey Nick, maybe that's why Glen Elk came here. Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set. If by fierce, you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glen Elk, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing as he's here? We could. So what were you all excited about earlier? Huh? That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something. Oh, that? That was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell little old me. What were you listening to? Nothing, really. It was just the, daily exercise show. Here we go. What the? A cyclock? This lunch special's lobster sure is great. Then why are there tears in your eyes? Well, I don't think we have anything that we could... we'll see if we can find it, so... We'll stop if I know we don't have it. We don't have anywhere else to go, really, aside from going out back and finding the old man that's gonna be upset at us. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. Now that you've made a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to... I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big, just like Glen Elk did. It's like you can see right through me! Hey, okay, cool. Huh? I've cracked him already? See, pal? That's why I said it was nothing. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. What's with everyone in the lottery? So, how did it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elg, see? And they've got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on the air. It's intense, pal. I bet that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day he was killed. Yeah, what time is it now? It's just after 1:30. And are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time? Yeah. Look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Ooh. Millionaire radio. That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick. Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. He thinks he's lucky. Who knows? He might be. Apparently everyone's listening to this show now. That's because everyone wants money. They say that the victim, Glen Elk, was really into gambling. Yep, you can't beat gambling. I love it too. I won $500 last night playing cards with Nick. What? Huh? We were playing for money? Of course, so you better pay up. You're a smart one, waiting for a cop to be present before asking for the cash. Oh, Maya. What are we gonna do with you? I guess we'll go in the kitchen. Maybe, what's-his-face is there? Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. Hi. Weren't you here before? I'll be back next month. Oui, naturalmente, I'll be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I will have everything ready, I promise. Excuse me. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. No, stop it, I beg you. Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you. My no, this is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone, and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh no, you do not have to worry. You know you will worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is the oil of sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. Ah! I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye. For now. Okay, she's scary. Oh, I have the shivers. I must rub some of my oil all over my body before it becomes a nervous wreck. There. Oh, oui, that feels good. Oh la la, excusez-moi, monsieur. My eyes, my eyes! Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this, the oil of sandalwood. Isn't this just the leftovers of what you were just using? Dude. Yeah, oof. That's a big oof. You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? No, you are right, monsieur, but perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la dish supreme. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you are right. Business is very difficult these days because your cooking and pricing is terrible. Perhaps the name is the problem. Perhaps people do not understand it. They think it is tray. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays? Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? But this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it to the finale. No one will take it from me. Kinda sounds like beg to differ right now, dude. So, who was the woman you were just talking to? Oh la la, you saw that? Well, yes. Sorry. So, who was she? She looked so polite and graceful. Maya, did you not hear what she was saying, child? Polite, graceful. And she likes raw meat and fires, right? Doesn't sound like she will take it more than burn it. It doesn't sound like she will take it more than burn it down. Yes, exactly it. Sounds like he was being blackmailed. Now that I think about it. Hey Maya, I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having. You think so? Well then let's show him that piece of evidence and see what happens. Piece of evidence? Oh, he's dead. So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with the broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. Oui, they kept harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I had to agree to help them. Help them? With what? My bien sûr, if I did not owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied. Please, what did you agree to help them with? No, I cannot say. If I tell you, that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with the salad garnish. Ew. I hope he doesn't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm going to guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract, am I right? Ah! Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. The woman who was here earlier, I take it that she's, Why has it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in the debt, it is a sign of the bad, bad world we live in, huh? No, I'd say it's more of a sign of the bad, bad culinary skills. Oh, snap! Dang, Phoenix, go for the jugular, why don't you? I mean, he's right, but come on. If he said this stuff out loud, I can't imagine what kind of writing or reactions that people would get out of this, because dang! Also, the more that I'm playing this game and then I think about emotes, I think that we need a bullseye to a knife at some point. Whether to be threatening or just be like, here, yeah, there's a knife. The woman who was here, the scary woman, she is from the loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? Oui, tender lender, 'tis called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10? Sound like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much. So, tender lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? Why did you borrow $500,000 anyway? I mean, I guess with as much decorations and possibly fancy stuff, and paying for all the lobster that you cook poorly, I guess? Maybe? I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case. I am a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to him loaning me the money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like a slave. I have to do everything that he tells me. Sounds abusive. Who's this he? The tiger. The tiger? Oui, he is the manager of the tender lender, a terrifying man, the big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of the battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. A big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter. Methinks we've seen this guy before. Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no, 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 no. This man has a presence, a most formidable personality. Although, oui, he does have the spiky hair just like you. Oui, there is a resemblance there, I suppose. Yeah, dun dun dun! Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all. You want to visit the tender lender, it is just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey Nick, if you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Well, guess I know where we're off to. Oh. Speaking of... I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. We're off to see the wizard. Ha ha ha. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway, at least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. Hey, check this out. I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you, otherwise you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine, a tiger, loose in the city. Meanwhile, the real phoenix is like an abandoned chick lost in a vast urban jungle. Huh? Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope. Thanks, Maya. Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Hey, look, pigeons! Yeah, and heaps of them too. Did you know that pigeons are a symbol of peace? That's a dove, not a pigeon. Poor things. So they can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're gray, is that it? All the burbs. You're overthinking this one, made by just a smidge, Maya. They don't all have to be pigeons. I mean, pigeons are pretty cute. Anyone inside? This place is so fruity. That's not a bad thing. Besides, I love apples. They're among my favorites. And that apple slide is perfect for you. Wait. We've had this conversation before. So, he's there. I think everything is just going to be the same old conversations, so... Let us move on to Tender Lender. Oh. Huh. This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Talk about a creepy voice. It makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. Oh, hi! Speaking of, you here to discuss a loan? No, not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. Don't mind us. We're just gonna look around. She's gone, just like that. I guess we'll just have to come back another time. This is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick. Let's take a look around, okay? Do you think it'd be okay? Of course. No one will ever know. Coffee? Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly. Yes, thank you. Do not touch the desk, please. Is that a solid gold gilded desk? Nick, let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. Wait, we gotta look around first. Especially this suspicious suit right here. Hey, look at this Parisian-style coat. It's so chic. Looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't gotten an eye for fashion. Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. The same color as my suit. Ah! Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you've got to take a look at this. Some cake? Ooh. Ah! I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise. Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Understand? Crystal. I'm scared, Nick. So, what were you getting so excited about before? Look, on the lapel of the suit. That's an attorney's badge. Is the tiger a lawyer? No way, look at this thing. It's made of paper. More specifically, it's made of cardboard, but, you know. That is a very poor example of badge. That is such a bad example. For some reason, your badge looks really cheap to me, Nick. Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? Oh, we just took it. Oh, that's fine. Oh no, someone's dropped the ashtray on the floor. That's going to be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. How did she manage to knock one of those over? Aren't they supposed to be super heavy? Oh, hey! There's a book of matches here, too. Matches, huh? Places don't give those out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second! What is it? Look what's printed on its cover. It says Très Bien. You can always make another one. That's true. Sadly. These matches can come in handy. We might be able to use them. Yeah, The pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. That's one impressive desk on one impressive rug. It's solid gold, Nick. Gold, just look at that shine. Only real gold shines like that. Would you really want such a shiny desk, though? I don't know, but let's see what it's like to sit at a solid gold desk. Wow, I'm completely dazzled. That's because it's completely dazzling. I can see up my nose in the reflection. That's gotta be really distracting. So the desk isn't practical. No surprise there. There's a CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can hear it. The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Ah! Yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all? If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. That coffee. It was laced with something. I'm almost sure of it. Nick, my stomach! It's killing me! Oh wait, maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. I sure hope so. We better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the? What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger? It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on disc in pen. MC Bomber. What? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. No way, that woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. Oh. Also, I'm not voice acting that, sorry. Who's got some lungs? Ah! Come out from under the desk, Maya. What are you two snooping around in my office for? Nothing. We were just... Ah, my precious carpet. You got ash on my rug. You gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door. Hey, Medley, how are you? How did the last case end? Well, we won. Gosh, now I've got to think back. Turns out the detective that was pretending to be the thief was actually the murderer in hiding, so... And a blackmailer to boot, so you know. How are you? It wasn't us. You just want to argue with me? Is that what you doing? You think you can take me on? I'm gonna flatten yous two into pancakes and turn yous into my new rugs. Oh. Don Tigre, you're back. Ah, that voice. It's the evil seeping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry, Don Tigre. I knocked over that ashtray earlier, and... Has she got a death wish or what? Huh. Oh, right. Huh? Forget about it, Violetta. It's nutting. What? 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 I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear? That's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. Ah, Phoenix Wright! What? Yes? You's either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan? So it was him. He's my phony. Heh, but I don't care. No one gets in my way. What? I mean, excuse me? You should have left the little girl at home, right? I have a few things I want to ask. No questions. This is the last time we meet. Ah, wait, please. This guy's a piece of work. That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. You're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream, hold it either. The espresso. Ah! And cookies. This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta? Oh, sure. Let's talk to her. If she's being kind of nice enough. So, I'm kind of curious about your company, Tender Lender. With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. A conscientious rate of interest, and an attractive repayment policy. I don't get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well. We will tenderly lend you that little extra bit here at Tender Lender. Hey Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan? Would I like to take out a loan from a place like this? Not so much. Tender Lender is on your side. So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We'd give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Right. I think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well. I don't think you're talking about the same kind of coffee and tea, Maya. Ooh. So, do you know about the incident we're investigating? What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here. That incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. Manager being the tiger? Furio Tigre. Do y'all think it's Tigre or Tiger? I would say Tigre, but I could also see it being Tiger, but still. Tigre? So that's where the tiger comes from. Zinyov's got a real name, Nick. Hurry up and find out more about him. 42? Dang. He is a lot older than we are. Like, good gosh. Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre? I would say tiger in English, tigre in Spanish. Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking, which I imagine his name technically is Furious Tiger in Spanish. Cookie? Sure? How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. There are some British words spelling like center that are still pronounced like center. Okay, that's true. Oh, she was saying Nick have a cookie first. No, ladies first, Maya. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and this scary girl doing working together? We are lovers. I'm sorry, even though you have a question mark for your age, you still barely look like you're in your 20s. And he's 42, so, yikes. That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. And I owe Don Tigre my life. He is the one who saved me. The tiger saved you? Please address him properly as Don Tigre, otherwise I'll have to... Okay, Don Tigre. Of course, I'm sorry. I don't think they're lovers. I don't think so either. He saved her life. I'd sure like to know how that happened. I'm very frail, you see. Just recently, I died. Once. You died? About 4 months ago. The doctor said to abandon all hope. Ye who enter here? I guess they are expecting her to take a boat ride across the river Styx. But Don Tigre... he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. I still wonder about what's in her coffee. So, is that why you've got that bandage around your head? Says the spirit medium. Ha ha ha. This? So what's the story with the bandage? They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury. A fatal injury? Maya just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died once. Uh-oh. Oh, dang. 4 locks. Ugh, she really creeps me out, Nick. Same here. We've got to find out the truth. I guess we'll see if we can unlock it. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation? You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes. The operation was very difficult, apparently. This is a new puzzle, it is. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow? Reminds you of the chest that you do as Edgeworth? Oh, in Investigations Medley, or just when, we observed the chess set in his office? Did the injury in question have something to do with this? I don't think we have anything. Yeah, I don't think we have anything for her. Okay, it is investigations. We need more information before we come back and talk to her. Is there anything else? She's spoopy, yep. Oh. I don't think she's gonna respond to anything, so I think we can head back. There he is! Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again. There, take this, and get out of my park! Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we still can. What? Why? Hello, old man? What are you doing, Maya? Huh? Kah! Hey, he just turned his back on us. I'm not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo. Ha! Pigeon. Ka. Look, we really need to talk to you, alright? Out with the demons! In with good fortune! Ow! Seeds! Shell splinters! Painful! I always knew you were a demon, Maya. See, I think this is what the original thing is. Even though they keep calling it seeds, I think he's chucking, soybeans. Like, dry-aged, soybeans. Because it's, like, something that they do in Japan for some holiday, where they, like, throw seeds at it, where they throw the soybeans out at each other to, like, drive out demons and welcome in good fortune or something. Setsubun, that's it, yeah. So I think they're just trying to make it make sense in America, since this is an English translated game. Alright, dude. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today. Ha! Everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. A dirty old man who was busy looking at the serving girl's backside. That he can't remember her face. A filthy, depraved animal. Not at all. Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. She put some white powder into the young lad's Javachino. We hear you. And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles. We're really sorry. So I made a little mistake about the vase. So what? I know what I saw. I tell you. Okay, take it easy, please, Mr. Kudo. Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this. You said you were a craftsman, right? Ka. The modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves. Is this the second or third? This is the third one, Medley. We did Justice for All back in April and May, and so this is the third one of the trilogy, Trials and Tribulations. Surely it's not that. I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the Shoguns. Do you hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer, I was born one! Actually, I'm kinda in the same situation myself. I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose. Ew? And scream right down his ear hole. Objection! Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood, that's all. I got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst out. We let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What should I do? Actually, we've got places to go, things to check and stuff. Maybe another time? Fine, whatever. Just don't forget, I've got a tsunami's worth of grumbling to do. Yes, this girl right here is really looking forward to hearing it all, honest. What? I never said that! Come to the place where I work then. Here, bring this along with you. What is this? It's covered in seeds. A discount coupon for a burger? He really wants someone to grumble at, huh? Although it is a burger joint. Oh, we'd have to listen. Fine. Guess I better let him talk. So there's not much call for craftsmen these days, then. Of course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands. Errands? Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of 2-bit community handyman? I mean, technically I think you're kind of dressed like a Japanese community handyman, but whatever. Well... Buy some bread, now that I can understand. Murder this gum guy, Granddad. Yeah. What's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people say that what they mean? Get lost, that's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I? I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute. What did he just say? At home and at that restaurant? Hold up. By restaurant, are you talking about Tribulations? Did you get asked to run an errand there too? Yes, I did. The very day that young brat was poisoned. What? So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do? Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over the table. The serving girl collapsed. And I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me. Excusez-moi, you, call the police. Call them yourself, I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time. So, did you end up calling the police? Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze. Did you call them on your cell phone? Ha! Do I look like I'd have one of those newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course. You went looking for one? I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened. Yes, sirree, the owner was at Tribulations on his own. Why didn't you mention this in court this morning? Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance. But you all bullied me out of the courtroom. Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh yes, I remembered something else. At that point, you've kind of lost your credit, unfortunately. It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame. Oh boy. You could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious, which leaves that man, alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Oh, sure, you go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead, huh? You need to get more details about what exactly happened. From Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. Alright. I don't know if he's gonna have anything else to say. Alright. He's not gonna talk about anything else, it seems. So. Oh, monsieur! Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again. But the place is open for business. Can't have an open restaurant without a chef. Hey, whoever might be serving the crackers or appetizers or whatever might be a heck of a lot better than whatever he serves them. Oh, I said it. Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. Ugh. Miss him when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose? Could be. Anything to talk about with you? I guess we'll go back to the nope. Not there either. Not anything to do here, because Gumshoe's at Trade Me In. Okay, we're missing something. There's something we're missing. Oh yeah, we found this. Just making sure. There might have been something he wanted to say. Okay, so what they said to talk to Maggie and Mr. Armstrong, but they're both missing. And I don't know if there's anything else we could talk to this guy about. We don't have anything in relation to anything on her accident. Like, do you know anything about that? You sound like you would, considering you make strong coffee. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the office. Because maybe we'll get a clue there, because I don't know. Well, I'm officially at a loss as to where to start. Yeah, me too. Let's try some brainstorming. You go first. I guess we should try to put Mr. Kudo's testimony to some sort of use. Yeah, that's true. And we need to figure out the identity of the waitress and who the victim really was. Somehow, I think the key to this case has got to be at Tribulations. Well then, let's go back there and check it out again. Oh, and we should drop in on Maggie and see how she's doing too. So, anything on your mind? Actually, there is something. I was wondering about Xingyof, you know, like what he's like and stuff. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that guy. I had to beat you so hard I feel like you were smooching the express train. Oh, saying you... He's still acting like he's Phoenix, right? Actually, I've learned a little something about my doppelganger. Huh? You did? What did you find out? Oh yeah, Maya was working at the restaurant when I ran into Don Finone. Let's just say he was such a terrible version of me that I wanted to sue for defamation. What's that guy's story anyway? What does he have to gain by impersonating me? Okay. Alright, it does actually look like there's an ad about to play, so we're gonna go ahead and take the break. We always try to run only 3 minutes of ads per hour to turn off pre-rolls and such. This gives all of us a chance to take a break and such, so we will do that. If you ever want to miss out on the ads, go to Twitch sub, Twitch Prime, Turbo, whatever else. But we will go ahead and run the ads. You guys won't miss any of the story, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more water while I'm at it too. Alright, thank you everybody for your patience. We got more water. Let us continue and see if we can find who it is we need to talk to. Go to the detention center. I'm assuming they saying like, hey, we need to go to Tribulations. Uh-oh, ads are over. I don't know if there's anything we're supposed to present to him. Can we look around and see if there's anything we're missing? Doesn't look like anything. And it's still the same. Okay, thank you so much for the resub of 4 months. I appreciate it. Continue to enjoy your ad-free viewing, sub badge, and cute emotes, and thank you so much for the support. Thank you for being a part of the Duck Squad. Oh. I re-clicked it. Like nothing's sticking out here. Is there anything else that's out of the ordinary? Did he pilfer anything else? Oh. It's a large mirror. Yeah, nothing's sticking out to me. Oh. Okay. Hey, are you putting this up for sale, pal? No. Why? Would you want a busted up scooter like this anyway? Yeah, plus the seat's all covered in pigeon poop. Who cares? If it runs, that's all that matters to me. My phony was riding this bike. Maybe if I head back to the park, it'll be there again. We never did find the contents of that bag. It was medicine for Mr. Elg's ruptured eardrum, right? Yeah, we found traces of it in his left ear canal. He must have used it while he was at Tribulations. We're sure of that much. One wants money. Gambling. Nothing to say. Just making sure, seeing if he has anything else to say. I guess we could look at the... No, we've already looked at the busted up bike. Anything else we're missing here? Oh. Let's see, this round doll thing is called the Daruma, I think. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you were wondering. You aren't making stuff up for a change? I bet you also didn't know no matter what, he'll always write himself. Come on, Nick, give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. Now, this yellow thing. This is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's called a king? Not that I'm an expert or anything. I'm more of a reversey person, you know. You mean you're not into shogi? Come on. Assuming she knows that what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Hey! There's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. There we go. What is it? A repair bill. Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane! The car is registered to the Cadaverinis? Huh. So it's not even the Tiger's car? Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Oof. Okay, so there was at least something I missed. What's this? It's a punching bag. What? No way! You wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that. What do you mean, walking around? The design's gross to start with, and it's way too heavy to be practical. Then why is it called a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? My, child. I knew it. I was right before back at Tribulations. Paris fashion is more my thing. I really, really hope she's pulling my chain on this one. Oh, Maya. You sweet summer child. Win through compromise. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. It must mean something if they took the trouble to frame it like that. Yeah, well, it still doesn't make any sense to me. That's Tender Lender's guiding principle. Oh? Compromise the customer to win. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick? Yeah, well, as long as we don't have to compromise my hair, I'd say we're okay. And that's one slogan no business owner should ever explain to their customers. Ugh. Say, you know anything about this piece of paper? Oh, no more coffee. I wonder. I don't know, Cadaverinis sounds kind of like a mob name. Especially if it's cadavers. Operation Fatal Injury. Okay. I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Right then. The relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why. Ooh. We don't know yet. Okay, we have the first piece of the puzzle, but we don't have all of it. We at least found the next piece. Maybe Gumshoe will know. Hey, Gumshoe! Dang it. Chow. No, still not here. What are we missing then? Is what's his face back? No. It's one thing getting stuck in court, it's another thing getting stuck in investigation. You know what I mean? Hmm. The only next move I can think of us having is getting Viola to talk. And I don't think I have what we need in order to link her to the case. I don't know if there's anything we can get out of this old man either. You know about this, Bill? Have anything to say about his own clue? Okay. Can you examine the bike anymore? Technically. Oh, goodness. I feel like there's something dumb that I'm missing yet again. Is there anything else we were missing? I mean, I feel like we looked at everything, even after I missed the clearly obvious piece of paper hanging out there. Have an idea, not sure if you missed doing it, go for it. Go for it. I'll allow it this time. Because we've talked to everybody. I know we don't have the clues that we need to get her to talk. Presenting profiles, that's true. Oh. You know what that chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of the toxins. And then he gave me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know, the label says juniper. And I'll tell you what, this stuff works like a charm. I slept like a rock last night. Oh, really? That's nice. You know, in all my years, I've never seen a witness who was that confused before. Yeah, you looked pretty confused by his testimony. Nothing against old guys, I like them and all. But he sounded like he was pretty sure about what he saw. Yeah, that's the impression I got too. Me three. But then, why doesn't even a single part of his testimony corroborate any of the facts? This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? He wasn't literally a computer, Maya. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So, have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elg works yet? Thank you. I didn't think about presenting all the facts, but oh well. You might as well. His workplace? Where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens Incorporated, or something like that. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Come on. Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff. I wonder about that. It's just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. Computer firm called Blue Screens Incorporated, huh? That's not even the one you were thinking about, but glad it worked. Which one were you thinking about, EK? Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We've got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, well, see you later then. Bye! Okay, well, there's one thing wrapped up. Oh, hi! You better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I've kinda got a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah. It's for, Maggie, actually. I was kinda hoping you'd give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. Aww. I've been really worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on earth who could down this much meat. You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness. I do particularly like Little Smokies this time of year. I was just thinking about that. I know, at the last holiday, what is it? The holiday, potluck. Yeah. Holiday potluck, there was a crock pot someone had that was full of Little Smokies and like a barbecue sauce or something or other. It was alright. I particularly like pigs in a blanket. Yes! EK knows what I'm talking about. Yes, yes, yes. Little Smokies wrapped in crescent rolls are so good this time of year. Oh man. So will you give it to her? It took me ages to make. Say you will, please, pal? Can't exactly say no, can I? Okay. Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. Aww. That's sweet, though. He wants to be sure she's eating. He's finally gone. Okay, he's not back. So then we need to go find Maggie, but we also need to go to Blue Screens. Whoa. Trippy. Oh no. I mean, this place kind of makes sense, but this theme was last for, what's-his-face? The director for the movie in the Ace Attorney 1, the creepy guy, and then I think the puppet, the ventriloquist and the puppet dude from Ace Attorney 2? Either way. Oh, this place is so high-tech you could almost smell the electricity in the air. It's a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? Hi. Oh. Oh, hello. I'm sorry, access is restricted to authorized personnel only. You are fancy and very android looking like. The beat of this reminded you of the theme for Mushroom Kingdom. Maybe watching too many rides. That's fine. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood. Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show. My name is Lisa Basil. Another, crud, I forget the word! Palindrome. Another palindrome. I'm the company director. Director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost in a shell. And that thing over her eye. Isn't that the same device as Glen Elk's? That's a DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. All of my programmers here at Blue Screens Incorporated are supplies with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. Hi. So, what exactly is this firm's business? I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management. It doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much, right? The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? Yes, compact disc, digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It's a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Oh. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? I'm researching the impact of time-slicing common areas, but... Aww. The pacing of this makes it hard to... read, so I'm just gonna let him roll. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. Did you good people follow all of that? Yeah. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glen Elk being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier, too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Incorporated. Oh. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's this one right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. I guess there might be a clue here somewhere. I mean, I guess at least she's being cooperative, right? Whoa, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me. You can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. I mean, it's true. She's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. What, your desk isn't tidy enough? I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry, then. Hey, this calendar. What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah, it says meet with the tiger. The tiger? Oh. Huh. Right, because this case did happen a month ago. Oh. Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? They're betting on which horse will win on a given race. They're horse racing tickets. Oh wow, his drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Oof. There's over 500 of them. Holy heck. This guy had a big gambling problem. He bid horse racing and lottery tickets? This many tickets would get you, what, $1 down at the recycling center? I didn't know you were so hard up that you'd try to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. Well... he's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? Wow, I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes from, huh? I guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I should become old Seedy's apprentice. And what about your spirit medium training, right? Hey, look, Nick, it's a supercomputer. Looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Isn't that a server? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. That explains why we don't use the computer in our office. Oh! You work there too, Maya. Oh! Yeah, but at least I'm... Please don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise the computer will laugh at you. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She's a human, Maya, not a computer. I don't know. She could be an android. Who knows? Yeah, that was like burn after burn after burn right there. My gosh. Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling. Nah, they just look a bit twisted or warped or whatever word I'm looking for. This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind. Futuristic? Yes, we tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. The future's gonna look white? I mean, I guess that's kind of how they always look in the future. It's like it's all white and stuff. It helps to soothe and calm the soul. I don't know. Like, too much white and bright seems a little too unsettling for me. Like, it has to be too clean all the time. On second thought, I agree with you there. Ooh, excuse me. This place is really unsettling. And what's with those bags down there? Was he sleeping at the office? Though, granted, even though this is supposed to be Japan, America, Japanese have a really hard work culture over there where they don't actually mind sleeping at the office or working late into the night. Oof. Alright. You have anything else to say? Oh. Is this supposed to be an anagram for Sparta? Since it capitalizes the P, is super admin restricted desktop access. S-P-A-R-D-A, Sparta. Not Sparta, Sparta. Yep. Yep, Sparta. Nice joke. Let's talk about Glenn Elg then. About Mr. Elg. He was a top programmer. I guess I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Oh? Like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe him. Wow! That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a... Did she just rewrite her response? So he was really no trouble at all, a model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. I've got to find out what exactly this trouble was. There we go. About Mr. Elg. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Oh. Well. 3 Cyclops? I guess Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. Alright. How about you? What kind of secrets would a robot have? Or a cyborg? I don't know. Android cyborg. So how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service? What's she talking about? I guess we better take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Glenn Elk's trouble have something to do with this? What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones. With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. Wow. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortune is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? What is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elg, he had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? The lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's got to have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Oh, bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps. No! You're right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example, do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he, for $500,000? Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end. But that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elg's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. Someone like the tiger. Mr. Elg met with someone on the day he was killed. He even made a note on his calendar about the meeting, meet with the tiger. What is the relevance of that? Are you trying to suggest Glenn was meeting him to discuss his debt? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I have never heard anything about this tiger before. Maybe he's not even human. Maybe he really is a tiger. I'm no programmer, but does she really expect me to buy such messed up logic? Maybe. In that case, I think it's time to introduce you to the tiger. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elg met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. No! It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000? Ouch! But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay. So the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. Well, what computer program is worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance this? Oh, bother. I did show her the program. Unless... Huh. Okay, fine. I might just have a crazy idea, but I guess first we need to go talk to Maggie. Since we have to go to the detention center to get through to the, detective department. Oh, Mr. Wright. Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. You get to blog in jail? Aren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway. Is it possible she is the one misremembering things? Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep, there are just so many things that I don't seem to add up. Biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. And did Mr. Kudo testify earlier today? That it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? So you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it? Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber, Maya. That name was scrawled on the sports paper as well. They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication that's gone missing, too. Ouch, my head. This is getting way too complicated for me. Well... oh, man. Sorry, I'm so sleepy. I don't know what it is about the afternoon. Does anyone else get the afternoon sleepy? You said that you passed out with when the victim, Glenn L. collapsed, right? Yes. It's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir. Definitely, yeah. So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribulations? No, no idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly. And you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all. Ugh. It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier. I don't know, the things that that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old CD. Trial. Oh. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought that you said you just felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Have you seen her around? Okay. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. But I can't really say. It was an old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. And she had a kind of cackling laugh. Creepy? Cackling? Why do I get the feeling I've come across someone like this recently? Was it her? Oh. Fine. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, here. Oh yeah, I've got something you're going to love. Really? What is it? A lunchbox just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe? He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this too. I can't accept it. Detective Center rules. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow, when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But... She's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But... I guess so. Well, how was it? That hit the spot. I love weenies. Oh good, I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. Oh wait, what about this? Oh. We're just talking about that. Matches? Ah, is that your attorney's badge? Actually, it's a fake. Holy smokes, that's it! Huh? That's the badge your phony had, Mr. Wright. You got duped by this? But it's a completely different color. And what about the fact that it's made of paper? He said the badge got a tan as well while he was in Hawaii on business. I'm beginning to see how my phony was able to gain her trust. Yeah, what does... Yeah, it's a completely different color. Like, that's like brass, while ours is gold. Child. Anything else you can pick up on? That's the cup I took over to the table, sir. But I didn't put anything in it. I could never do something like that. That's right, you can never do anything like that. I'm not good at carrying those large trays, you know. Trying to balance a tray with one hand to put something in the coffee with the other? That'd just be asking for trouble. I'd drop something for sure. That's right. Is she expecting me to claim that she's too clumsy to have committed the crime? Oh yeah, that's from when I was carrying a customer's breakfast over to them. The ketchup splotch, you mean? My whole face was fire engine red thanks to that stuff. But you spilled the ketchup on your apron, didn't you? I don't see how. The ketchup-covered omelet went flying and hit the customer in the face. Oh, talk about a tomato red face. Makes me wish I could have seen it myself. Yeah, I guess. It was kind of a sight to behold. Anything else? It's not seeming like there's anything else we need to ask her about. She's not going to tell us about Viola. Or Violetta. Mr. Armstrong was very good to me after I was fired from the force. I can't believe someone as nice as him could have had anything to do with this. Well, and the time between the victim being poisoned and the police being called, the only person who was on the scene and had a chance to do anything was Mr. Armstrong. There was no one else there. Poor Maggie. Mr. Armstrong wouldn't. He wouldn't set me up, would he? Ah, that's the victim, isn't it? That day was the first time you'd ever seen this man, right? Yes, I'd never met or seen him before then. I just happened to be the waitress who served him his coffee, sir, that's all. Seems he was a computer programmer. Really? I'm useless with computers, completely hopeless. I don't know any computer programs. Does she mean programmers? Oh, Maggie. Bless your soul. Well, let's see what Gumshoe has to say. The main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's already here. Yeah, and there's the problem with the internet, too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. But I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No! Just went some young guy. Ha 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 ha. Was about to confess to his son's hot-to-try girlfriend. Wow, this place is really buzzing. Something must be going down. Something really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe! Can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We've got big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus. A virus! A virus? There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. And I really need to ask you some questions. Okay, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up. Yes, no matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear? Okay. If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there. We're not thinking about borrowing money, Detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. It seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in all their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady? Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? Better find out what the story is with that lady. Alright, but first, computer viruses. So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? And here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? A computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright? Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode? No. The damage is, well, it's all internal. So the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you've got stored on your PCs here in the station. A virus could wipe out all that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Whoa, that's scary. Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network, so the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? But, Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal? No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. What? That's horrible. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold. Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Who? What? Where? When and why did the conversation jump to talking about me? Well, anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before, too. I have an idea. Detective. Ah! This is it! This stupid name! I remember now! I thought so. Here it comes. Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. The name scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus, MC Bomber. Mia! How are you doing? It's good to see you. What? Yeah, the virus that's just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details, please? We got something. Sick, but wanted to pop in and say hi during one of the best games ever. Oh no! I'm sorry you're sick, friend. It's never fun to be sick on the holidays. I'm sorry. Well, I do hope that you can rest up and get better sooner rather than later. But I'm happy you popped in. This has been a pretty fantastic game so far, and I want to say it's probably the best in the trilogy so far. I don't know about best in the entire series, although I guess by going by it, you would go by cases maybe rather than by the games themselves, because some of them are kind of mixed in, where it's like some are really, really good and some are kind of average, some are kind of meh and such. So it's like not to take away from like the rest of the game and such, but so far the cases have been really good here. Same, hoping to be good before your birthday. Oh no! Well, boo, being sick on the holidays and your birthday, that would stink! Okay. Shoot. Okay, it does look like another ad is about to go off, so we're gonna go ahead and take another break. And we've already been at this for 2 hours. It's crazy to think of. So, real quick, I'm probably gonna get some ginger ale, because I want something for my throat, because I feel like all this talking and the weather and everything is clogging my vocal cords, unfortunately. So, we're going to take a quick break, stand up, stretch, go to the bathroom, snacks and beverages, or just rest and chill to the music and hang out with Gumshoe. But we are going to do that because we'll try to run 3 minutes of ads per hour to turn off pre-rolls. It also benefits the stream, so it is appreciated. But we will let the ads run, and I will be right back. Again, I'm going to get some ginger ale. It sounds good right now. Alright. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Yeah, I feel like the ginger ale's already kind of helping all this stuff out. Again, I know it's probably from all of the talking and everything I'm doing more than usual, that it just kind of vibrates everything that's in my nasal passages and makes it run down my throat, messing with my vocal cords. As you do. It kind of makes me curious how singers and voice actors deal with alleviating these kind of symptoms so they don't sound like nasally or clogged up and such. Maybe like steam baths or hot tea, all kinds of stuff. And of course vocal exercises. You just can't beat ginger ale this time of year though. There. Let's talk to Gumshoe. We already knew about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know. Some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. All this stuff with criminals and viruses, it almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. The focus right now is on tracing the route of this virus on the black market. Means someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal. In the millions? A virus can be worth that much? Well, I guess we know what to go talk to Lady about then. We're gonna have to go through. Alright, hey lady! I got something to say! Go through this again. We've been through this before. Where is it? Alright, one more. We got the idea. Got it. Well, This is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. Ew. Got her. Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work, something a bit risky. Risky? How? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations? I don't think anybody's making $100,000 at that place. Where do you come up with these ideas? So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus, yes. It was a work of genius, in a sort of bad way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Inconceivable! Gumshoe was right for a change! That word, I don't think you understand the meaning of that word you're saying. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts. Ooh. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Throw him back on the floor. Use the trash can, Nick! No more rhymes, now I mean it. Anybody want a peanut? Yeah. My husband likes to recite that one pretty often whenever that kind of subject comes up, so... We do like some Princess Bride in this house. Funny enough, we went to Books A Million the other day on Sunday, and we saw they have so much like merch and things there. They had Princess Bride figurines. I'm talking like 2 figurines of Buttercup, like in her red runaway dress and her princess dress. They also had a Feznik. I think they maybe had a Wesley. I forget, but I remember it was at least 2 Buttercups and a Feznik. A Feznik figurine. It's a good movie for sure. We need to watch that again sometime. If my CD drive was working, I would have a movie night with you guys for it, so... For whatever reason, our computer's old, we need to update, and we're gonna be hopefully doing it sooner rather than later, so... Maybe. Anything else to talk to her about? I mean, we got the confirmation on the disc, but I don't think there's anything else we need from her. Yeah, I want to say we've gotten everything we need from her. Yeah, we've gotten everything we need from her. But the problem is that Violetta is still locked up. And we don't have anything to prove that she's connected to the Cadaverinis. Unless... no. Nope. Nowhere to be found. Who would we talk to about this? In order to get a connection to the Cadaverinis? I don't think we can. I don't think there was anything else we needed from him. Mm. Dang it, here we go again. Oh, no, it's the same. Hmm. That lady is the boss of Blue Screens Incorporated, pal. Yeah, I figure she's clean. She's got nothing to hide. She seems kind of like a doll to me. In a good way and a bad way. Kinda makes you think she might be hiding something. Oh, this guy, the tiger. Is he famous? Yeah, this guy's not a loan shark, you know. Nope, he's a big lone cat. Hence the name? Don't pay him back. Don't pay him back, and you better say your prayers, because he'll eat you alive. You're shaking, detective. Like a leaf. I'm just, you know, kinda on edge at the moment, if you know what I mean. That's the girl who works over at Tenderlender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Her name's Viola Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Bruto Cadaverini? Do you know who that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini is the boss of the Cadaverini family. The Cadaverinis? That's one scary sounding name. We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. Better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. There we go. That's what we're looking for. I forgot that he had mentioned the scary lady, so... I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? A scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They've got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They've got too much moolah. Moolah? As in, they pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market. Black market, huh? And that includes Tenderlender, I take it? Sure. No one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini, and I mean no one. Interesting. So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss, then? Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So, how did she end up at Tenderlender? I don't know, pal. I heard she and the boss of Tenderlender are pretty tight. Tight? That's what it said in a file I read related to Maggie's case. Sounds like a pretty important clue. Can we have it? Oh, I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing. And that is, you know, the lunchbox. How did everything go? Gumshoe, come on. Lunchbox? You remember the weenies? I hate weenies. Oh, yeah. Those weenies. So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Huh? Well, It was delicious. Yeah, that's what she said? Really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this? It sure is a heavy burden, in more ways than one. I can just imagine Maggie's little sparkling eyes with joy. Little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick. Tell me we don't have to eat all these too. Oh, I really can't eat anymore. Did we get anything on Violetta? Or Viola? I wouldn't go flashing that photo around if I were you, pal. Why not? That guy rules the criminal underworld. You could get yourselves in serious trouble. I'm talking say your prayers trouble. You're shaking, detective. Like a leaf. I'm just... oh. Great. Okay. Okay, I think we got our information, though. Alright. Maybe, hopefully, this should work? Oh, Maggie's gone now. That's fine. You're still there. That's fine. Alright, lady. Time for you to get over your case of amnesia. I'm assuming that's what's wrong with her. Cadaverinis. Okay. I know exactly who you are. Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? Well, it happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me. Oh. It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but... I took a blow to the head. A bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they'd stayed, I'd have... Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been... It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident. It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided, the motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he? It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. His ugly little scooter. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini? You know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that might be true. I knew it. But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very, very expensive. She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him. Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but because of someone else. Yeah, sorry, child. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Gadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you are his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? $1 million. That is a very expensive operation. What happened, child? 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. They said the operation cost $1 million. $1 million bucks? My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? Oh, this is why he's harassing everybody for money. For all of their loans. Because if he had, if Glenn Elg was going to pay his debts with MC Bomber and it was supposed to be worth millions of dollars, that would have handled it. If, he got $500,000 from Mr. Armstrong, that would have covered half of it. And then I guess if he had heard Glenn Elg win the $500,000 right in front of him, he probably would have taken that too. So he would have been set. Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying a money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million bucks? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. No. Those are two blubbers. Poor girl. But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow, I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money it was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these. What are these? Medical papers? I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. I'll only laugh at that pop culture joke, not at her misfortune. Payment was due last year. Oh! So 4 months ago. It's January in game. The case happened in December. So, December, November, October. So, like, September was when the accident occurred, I'm assuming. And then last year, that was literally, like, last week in game. Technically. Oof. Wow. I feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable, huh? There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Phoenix. I think we just got a little look behind the scenes at our precious lawyer here. Is that he hates people that uses poisoning and people that betray. He's experienced both of these in the past, as we've clearly seen from case 1. Oh, poor guy. They didn't really get a happy ending or a good result from that. Poor Spoopy girl, yeah. There's a lot of trauma going around here. I can't talk today. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Poor girl, hoping that she actually had something that was her and not had to do with who her family was. And then, you know, Phoenix having to be reminded of his own previous trauma as well. It's hard. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah. I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. I guess that's it. Yeah, poor girl, though. Okay, so we got medical bills. Is there anyone else we need to talk to? Oh. Is Mr. Armstrong back? Again, ginger ale just really hits the spot this time of year. Bonjour, I've been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong. Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. But he hasn't got anything to say to you fellas. Oh, hi! Ah, it's in Yof. Come on, Zine, oof. Oh. Run to the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What? You just want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now. How do you know we got them? Uh-oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. Wow. You just want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. It ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2. So he's still blackmailing him, huh? Oui. Mr. Armstrong? Forgive me. Désolé, I cannot argue with him. Ugh. That really hurt. Is that all you've got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait! Don't take it too hard. Phoenix, right? You punk. That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal! Gumshoe! Detective Gumshoe? Detective? You think you gonna stop me, copper? Beat it! Whoa! Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But, go, pal. Take this. You get hurt. Who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Alright, thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind! Gumshoe to the rescue again! I'll get even with that guy tomorrow, in court. Tender lender is going down. Woohoo! Alright, we did the thing. Again, Gumshoe coming in clutch yet again. Alright, let's keep going, shall we? Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. Somebody's cheerful. So what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Oh, she's so full of pep. Hey, pal! Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show me a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? No! That's the thing! Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is the small bottle that turned up in Trebian's kitchen a couple days ago. Oh, yeah. And one that stuck out among the others. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elg was using for his ruptured eardrum. What was Glenn Elg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? I mean, because obviously, Freaking Armstrong decided to take it in order to get money. Or he just likes little trinkets, like he said. Covered in unidentified fingerprints in the kitchen. I mean, we can only guess they're Armstrong's, but not until they're identified, I guess. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Rip. Another hour, they might have gotten something on the prints, but... That's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. There you go. There's that confidence. Let's go! Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh boy, here we go. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand. Kudo is ready. He's got his throwing coffee. Oh no. And according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet, the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Ha! Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answer to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here, he was throwing us off the scent. No, the judge is not a hard one to lose or confuse. And today I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. Oh no! It's the French guy! And you are? Oh, bonjour, everyone. I am John Armstrong, the owner and head chef of Le Tribulations restaurant. Enchanté. Forgive me for asking witness, but... Of course, EK redeems the 20 minutes right as I've got to do a terrible bad French accent. Well, here we go. Alright, gotta give the people what they want. I was kind of waiting to see if somebody would redeem that right as this was getting going, and he was the first witness. Oh my gosh. Alright. Alright. Also, there's, again, reminder this game was done back in 2004, so it's a little funky here and there. Anyway.
Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman?
Oh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am the pert and perky gentleman, no?
On the day of the incident, you were in Trebian's kitchen. Isn't that right?
With you, monsieur. Everything feels right. Told you I do a bad French accent. Huh. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy?
Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Trebian.
Oui, volontiers. I tried not to lay it on as thick when I was reading it, just so it would pick up that it would become more elaborated with the voice acting. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art decor that day. Like having a large mirror between their tables, for example. Oui, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. The cup, the earpiece, and the glasses. He would have had seen everything in reverse, no? In reverse, huh? A mirror? Oui, un grand mirror. The most enormous mirror. Well, that's news.
And suddenly the mystery disappears.
Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it.
That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front.
What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Alright. Time to press everything. Which 2? And who were the 2 customers exactly? Myers, of course, the young man who died. And the other, not-so-young man.
You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume?
What about the other man Maggie says she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we?
I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being.
Okay. You were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today? You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur. Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did, just a few moments ago.
Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of deculture?
No, Art Deco. It is a style of design, Your Honor.
He's talking about interior design. Walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing. Ah, yes, of course. That deco.
I was trying to achieve the effeminate look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of the decor. How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Off. Something about 4 meters wide and, oui, about 2 meters high.
Let's see, if a meter is about 1 yard, holy glass in a frame, that's huge.
I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually.
The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember.
Mais non, but I decided not to go visit in the end.
Should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror? Yeah. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But...
Objection!
You didn't ask, Trite. You only have yourself to blame for such sloppy work.
What?
A mirror was delivered to Tribulations the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end.
This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Tribulations, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime.
Huh. If you want to doubt someone, try to look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. Dang. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror.
Then wouldn't that prove that that means the mirror was in the restaurant at some point? Oh.
Good okay with Sparky comments, yep. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally? How does normality come into this? That's lame, Trite, even for you.
Huh?
Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it is impossible? Is that it? Where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the... Oh. Where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well, Trite?
Ah, not the hair! I do not have a top knot!
Mr. Godot's correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument.
Bien, logic is the one la day.
Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse?
Oui. Hey Nick, we should take a sec and think about what old CD said in his testimony.
How did he phrase it again?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs.
There you go.
No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. If he saw everything he described reflected in a mirror, then everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh?
And that clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess. Or does it? Huh. It's kind of hard to believe. Everything's the fault of a mirror, but...
Do you think old CD saw everything through a reflection?
If he did, it would explain all the contradictions in his testimony.
But that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We just gotta dig deeper.
Okay, we've reached the end. Oh, hold on.
Okay, but there's no proof. There's no proof that it was there, yet you're talking about like it was. Dang it.
Ugh. I have an idea.
And then if he was looking in a mirror, it would have been across the table. It would have been across, if they were assuming they were sitting across from each other, not one then the other from the divider and looking at a mirror, it would have been in the way. Because we still don't know exactly where this man was sitting. Only other thing. Pause that while I'm deliberating. I like how the judge is clueless until you call the wrong objection, then he suddenly knows what's going on, right? So you're not wrong. I know this is what's going on, is that they said that it wasn't the mirror, because then that would have moved where dude was sitting. Okay. But then his earpiece, his glasses wouldn't have been reversed. Is that what they're saying? Because they're saying what's wrong is that when he wore his glasses and he put it in his ear, that it was in the ear that should have been deaf, but then if his glasses would have been reversed, it would have been on this side and then that would have been wrong. Because it would have been his earpiece on the left, or his lens on the left and the earpiece on the right. Ugh, what do you want from me, game? Here we go again. Hang on. Okay, so it would have been 6 feet tall. It would have been 6 feet tall. And 12 foot wide? That is a large mirror, though.
Objection!
What is he hiding here? So what they're saying doesn't prove that the mirror was there. But then they're like, oh, it was there. But then it's like, it's not on the freaking blueprints. It's not on the layout, geniuses. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, yes, my badge. That was accidental. Meant to flip it to profiles. There we go. It wouldn't have moved his glasses. Okay. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudos' testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side of the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudos saw all that in a reflection of a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it is not so odd, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head?
Order! Order! Mr. Wright is correct!
Finally.
If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye. How bitter. Trite, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase, sorry, apology? I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg? Clearly it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD made a big impression on the old man.
I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear, do you hear? His left ear. Huh. Well, Trite. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. Wow, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Kudo's good.
Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you just found is just a rash.
A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears.
Oui, I can explain. Please, if you would look at the plans of the restaurant. Alright, let's go. And yeah, sadly the badge does not solve everything. Allô, is everybody sitting comfortably? La mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. That was the seat at the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else.
I see no problems with the explanation we have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. What a nut!
What a naughty little cookie I am, confusing all the men like this.
Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. Ugh, I hate this guy. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Volunteers, of course.
Very well. Mr. Bright, your cross-examination, if you please.
Alright. This is going to keep going, but unfortunately we've hit another ad break. Again, it's hard to time it with the trials and with everything else. So we are going to go ahead and let the ads play. Again, we only try to do 3 minutes of ads per hour to turn off ads and pre-rolls. I'll also pause the timer. We've got a little bit of extra time on it that I'll give, which is fine. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some water. I suggest you all do the same. We'll let the ads play, and I will be right back. And then we'll have more bad French voice acting, I suppose. All right, we are back. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I also got a throat lozenge just to try to keep my throat from feeling and acting funky while we're finishing off this voice acting timer. Weird. Okay. Let me actually put a little bit more time back on it. Okay. Just since I know there was times where I sat during some of the deliberation and such where there wasn't voice acting, but the timer was still going down. I don't want you guys to miss out on it, especially again since I get to do my French accent, which I'm kind of favored towards, and just because it's really fun to do. But anyway. Okay. So, run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? Oui. Oui? Really? Because if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would have been in the way.
Look who's talking, Trite.
Huh?
You're obstructing my view, among other things.
But, this is my seat in the courtroom.
Trebian's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would be hardly in the way. Unlike you, Trite.
I tell you, monsieur, la mirror was there in the middle of the restaurant.
Okay.
And where would that be? Oh la la, look how you lean towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer.
Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once.
I attract the other ones too, you know, handsome. Shall I tease you too?
I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time.
I bet she has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. Bien, I will tell you. There was only one seat from which you could have seen.
So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat?
My, monsieur, it is obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. The victim would have been reflected in the mirror like so. If you were sitting at the table next to him, you would have seen everything, no? So that's the seat old Seedy was sitting in on that day, when the poisoning happened.
The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim? Why does that seem kind of odd? I have an idea. Did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police?
Oui, exactement. I carried it out of the restaurant then.
You moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself.
What can I say? I know how to pick things up, handsome. Kodo actually laughed at something.
Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong?
I look like the obliging type, no?
I can think of a couple of yarns this guy's trying to spin. Are you sure about that?
I touch nothing except la mirror.
Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly. Huh. Suffering from a bit of heartburn, Trite?
Oh, I have just the thing for that. An oil with golden myrrh and frankincense.
Stains? Typo? Pun? I don't know. Add a few drops to your coffee and voila! Enjoy. Focus, Phoenix. Breathe. I just need to ignore these two and just find some evidence.
It is pretty strange though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. You'd think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did old Seedy.
And the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Tribien that day. Now I've just got to prove it, somehow.
Hold up. I know we're trying to talk about the mirror, but he's got grabby hands and not, well, both are not the good kind. So, what? Dang it. Piece of crap. Okay, what? Are we focused on the mirror? Is that it? Okay, the plans still haven't been updated, yet they were still acting like that. Hmm. We've pressed everything. Okay. Because the only other thing that's standing out to me, I mean, there's a couple things that's standing out to me, but it's a matter of what order the game wants me to present them. Is that the mirror wasn't there, where he was sitting, and that the old man states he broke the vase, but we've got a photo where supposedly the chef is saying where he sat, and the vase is still there in the photo. And then saying he didn't take anything, when clearly he did. Again, there's a number of things going on here. Oh, and he also stole a ticket, but I think they've already addressed that yesterday. There we go. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor.
The crime photo?
Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist.
I don't know what you mean by that, Mr. Wright. Should not exist? Huh, sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo?
That. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture.
The vase? What possible connection does that have with this witness's testimony?
Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all.
Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from.
Exactly. There is only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie.
Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene.
Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary in his own words. I did not touch anything else except the mirror. There you go.
Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear? Huh. You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw?
If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudos' testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudos is simple. This case is riddled with contradictions, yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up.
And what is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg, and we've already seen a phony in this game, so we can imagine who it is. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. One on Christmas Eve and two on Christmas Day. They're testifying about different events. How are you, B. Jonas? Welcome in. Again, we are in the middle of voice acting, so I do warn you.
Order in the court, settle down or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps, why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? Trite, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup?
Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo.
Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that?
Is it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about was in his testimony. Okay. But thank you, EK, for using your duck bucks for 20 minutes of voice acting. Again, hopefully with all the French accenting and everything else, it was worth it. The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was that the serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but there was one, and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Oh la la, this is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribulations that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain, in detail, the events in the restaurant that day. Oui. Oh, we're stepping it up. The victim, Monsieur Elg, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him, as there were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Monsieur Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do the acting. Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all. Je vous demande pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. Oh geez, you're holding him to it, but you won't hold pretty girls, like in our previous cases whatsoever? I will decide how to punish you later. Ooh-wee. For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Was he alone at his table as well? Oui. I saw him from the kitchen. Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Ha! Unfortunately for you, Trite. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? Right? What kind of coffee makes you squirm? It's not coffee, it's love. It's the love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. Oh man. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Oui. He comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Is he saying he makes bad coffee too? Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You are most welcome any time. I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more.
Yep, he makes bad coffee.
So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no. I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. Like Zycon appreciating bad coffee. Oh gosh. I mean, he'll try it once. He's not saying try it again. Gotta head out and stop back by. Well, thank you for stopping in, EK, and thank you again for using your duck bucks for voice acting. But hope you have a good evening if we don't see you again. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after you arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10, no? Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? I don't know, you make it look pretty easy that you do that all the time, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Ay. The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony. Oui, Monsieur Judge. Everything I do it for you. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Thank good? I think the term he's looking for, aside from merci, is merci beaucoup. But, you know. I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Just after 2 p.m. No other customers. I have a feeling that's the statement we have to go on, but... So your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim? How many times do you need to ask the same thing, trite? You'd never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee, if you catch my drift. There's a hole in this testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it. Did you see him? None. I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes! $500,000! Presumably the defendant heard that too, then, correct? Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove. And what about Mr. Kudo? The old man choked on some bird seeds that got stuck in his throat. Seems we now have yet another incident in our hands. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill. I'm a multi-talented woman, monsieur. Sorry, what do you mean? There is the renowned chef Jean Armstrong and the tragic poet Clarice Armstrong. Clarice? Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef in $500,000 debt. Cooking for a man who won $500,000 on the lottery. It is called Pourquoi. It means why. Perhaps I can recite it for the court? Please don't. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred? I asked the old man to call from the payphone. By your own argument, right? The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man could see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear. Indeed. Bien, it seems the shadow of doubt has lifted, n'est-ce pas? I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh? Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elg, and I refuse to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too? She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember? Ah, you mean that's when the phony staged his act? We'll know for sure once I find a hole in this testimony. I'm gonna save, but I have an idea. Yep. I'm afraid I've finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Quoi? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be the show Monsieur Elg was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu. Get to the point, Trite, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m., and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30? Now, supposedly the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. No. This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There is only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy? Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this? Music Theory 101? Where's my music friends at? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. Phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain, then, where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg. Then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? No! The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite? Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? Well, what's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. I have an idea. I have an idea! And he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elg concealed? Inside, obviously. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations. Interesting. So real quick, before we mess this up. Where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed inside Tribulations is... The body was hidden here. I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? None. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations. Quoi? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elg visited an words. An otolaryngological clinic. Otolaryngological clinic. And was given medication that day, because he got his lights knocked out. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen?
Mon Dieu!
Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. No! Got him. Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elg? Never! I could never do such a horrible thing. No! Oh! Oh, it's him! Mr. Godot? The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. How are you screaming no if you're in the middle of chugging coffee? That's what I want to know. That takes talent. That's not just ventriloquism, that's talent. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? Well, he does say he chugs like 16 or 17 per trial, so... Then I'd like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend? Je vous demande pardon. Please, you must hear me out. Hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me, por favor. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it? No, absolutely no. Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel. Ooh, scary. Oui, it is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. Alright. It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. You were forced? By who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elg died, was he really the only person at his table? There was... There was another man. Got him. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. Erased, but D. Vasquez is in prison, right? That was... Gosh. That was the first game. This is the third. Hit the body. Are you familiar with these games, Jonas? I imagine you are, since you're making references from it. I really do enjoy the series, though, and I know that this is probably one of the best ones in the trilogy. Did you carry the body by yourself? Oui, I carried him, and I carried Maggie too. Maggie too? When she saw the victim collapse, she fainted. Hope you played. Oh yeah, we've played up to that point for sure. We played the first one, I think the beginning of this year, and then we played the second one in spring, and now we're playing the third one in the trilogy. At some point, I mean next year for sure, we'll hopefully get maybe to the Apollo Justice ladder trilogy, 4, 5, and 6. Because I've only played 5, but that was years ago when it was out on 3DS. I haven't played 4 or 6, but I've had some experiences with them. So, but it's still safe to not talk about any spoilers, of course, but I know y'all understand that, of course. At some point, I know we've talked about, I would love to play Ace Attorney Investigations, because I know a number of people say that the Edgeworth games are fantastic. Alright. I could not leave Hillsdale. No, why did you hide the bodies? A man, huh? What man? Who was he? No, I cannot say. I fear for my life. He's really scared. You'll just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick. Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him. Well, why would you go along with this man? Confirm those games are great too. Nice. And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong? Again, like, these games are fantastic. I mean, like, the twists and the stories are really good. I mean, heck, even the jokes are really good. Like, even though some of them can come off as kind of cheesy and everything, like, some of these jokes and the writing and everything has just been amazing. Like, they did a really good job with it. Granted, in the early trilogy, versus my experience with playing the 5th game, shoot, whatever it was called. Now I forget what the 5th one was called. But, that had a little bit more hand-holding to it, whereas these still feel like you can kind of get caught up in the order of presenting stuff or what point you're trying to make. And the game's like, you have to do it in this order, and you're like, what order does it want? Because I got a game over or two yesterday, because it was just like, burning through chances and such. But it happens. You know, monsieur, yes? Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment? A maiden? You're a bit old to get away with that. And a bit too male. Again, the game was done. This game was done in 2004, so take it with a grain of salt. I can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason. So I'll just have to prove it with evidence. You did not kill him. So, are you claiming that all you did was hide the bodies? Is that correct? Oui, that's right. If we are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong, you must tell the court everything. You must make clear the identity of the man who ordered you to do this. He's already confessed this much, he might as well stop dancing around the real issue. Yeah, but he really doesn't want to tell us who the real killer is. And sock it to him, Nick. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Alright. I'm gonna say it because I'm on my last chance because I accidentally squirreled it away earlier. Just we don't have to go through anything else. But let's end this dance of Ring Around the Rosie, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to. Ah! Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. You mean like in your courtroom, ding-dong? Oh, I don't know. Maybe a month ago in this very courtroom? This man is Furio Tigre. He is the manager of a loan office called Tender Lender. There's no point trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre, at least not while he had this on you. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you. Oui, it is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. Le Tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconscient. Hypo? Yeah. Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it, I was not. It is despicable. Mr. Godot, You will summon the Sphero Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. "30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I will see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more." How the? Don't sit back and relax yet, trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way. Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. Ooh, snap! He's serious. Alright. Hopefully, I think this means we get a refill of our stuff. Because, man, again, when I get tripped up with evidence, unfortunately, it just goes. That's what happens. So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. The Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. It's true. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe! What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, Little Miss Topknot. It's not a top knot! Never mind about the hair, just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kinda get wound up. Ah! No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But, Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? We do have this. Hang on. Yeah, that's gotta be the only thing that we could use that we don't know, because he did mention that nobody could fingerprint it, so... Yeah, take that. If you're going back down to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah. I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Yeah, Gumshoe is really helpful when he can be. He's still lovable though, he's still great. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. Well, I mean, if you're saying like last an hour, I guess it's just a matter of how loud this tiger's gonna roar. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. Alright. He can conjure evidence from thin air. Has magic detective powers. Oh, man. Okay, real quick, I meant to do this during the other break, but unfortunately y'all see that the ads are about to go off in about 10 minutes, and we're about to get into some really heavy stuff going on with Tiger and everything, so I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna let the ads run early, just so we can get them out of the way and have a whole nother hour, for one, Gumshoe to get us the evidence back, and two, to get through the case and everything, just so we're not having to pause in the middle of all the the extra stuff. But at least you guys get to listen to the court music and stuff. Again, we only try to take 3 minutes of ads per hour to turn off pre-rolls. It also does benefit the stream, so it's appreciated. If you want to miss out, you could always do Twitch sub, Prime Gaming, Turbo, walk away for 3 minutes, whatever have you. But you guys won't be missing out on anything, so we are going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to go get some more water because, of course, I need to stay hydrated, and I suggest you guys do too. We'll run the 3 minutes of ads, and we'll be right back. There we go. Alright. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Alright, let's see what's going down with Tiger. Tiger, Tiger, by the toe. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites. Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand.
Ugh.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Ah! Don't hide under the table, Maya. Unless there's room for me down there, too. What you... Nothing. I didn't say nothing. Honest. Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge? I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? Ah, no, of course not. It was the judge. Why are people scared of this guy? Just because he's loud? Your Honor? Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with proceedings as normal. That's it, we're doomed. Maybe you just didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it who called me in here? There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What'd you say? There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare, the relentless snare of the law. Tell him. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Was it not... Would he have not known this by the one that brought him in there? Anyway. Yeah. It's too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, Mask Boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I've got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Phoenix, right? You's the one that set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying?
Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today.
Phoenix, come on. Get a grip, Nick, right? It's like you're scared just because some man is being so loud and vocal? He's not even tied to the mob. Technically. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tender Lender every day. If they're whales, then do they actually need to borrow cash? You just want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. So why does he call her Violetta when her name is Viola? Ah, at last, I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Ah! What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that. I know the kind of games that guy in blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and you's gonna borrow the cash from me. Zenzu! That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute, that's not. This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. You'd better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? Oh boy. We get another bar? Pooh. Better save now. Better save now, because I have a feeling we're gonna have to need it. Well, nothing about the murder. December, huh? know, I could say we go back to December all the time, so... Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. It seems like a rather sketchy schedule. There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So now what? Nope, we keep going, because I know. Mr. Tigre, what do yous want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead end, Triton, you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please. Mr. Tigre, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. The day you was talking about, I was into office too. I never saw that kid before. I'm saving. Again, I'm not trying to save scum. I'm just trying to keep us from having to, like, rehash a whole bunch of stuff if we get too far ahead and I whiff it at one point or another. So... But I have an idea. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg. It appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left his little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elg, because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad. You was actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. Do I look like I care about this guy? That's one compliment I can do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You calling me a liar? Is that what you doing? So you're saying that your claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth. Ha! Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness? He never actually met the victim? That's got to be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. Alright, dude. I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy in my office, Tender Lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. I ain't never even been to that Tribulations joint you's here. I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? Ay, this guy. Alright, hang on. Again, I have an idea of what we need to do. If we still have the whole thing, then, I kind of have questions about this right here. Mr. Tiger, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What you talking about? We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. If you've really never been to Tribulations before, what was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around in my stuff too now, wise guy? What you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. I beg to differ. Order, well, witness. I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Sorry, I'm terribly sorry, forgive me. I ain't no pussycat, I don't go back on what I said. But, okay, I was at the joint that day. What? Listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well, well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glen Elg that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. Alright, dude. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cops' sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Hold it! If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. Ha! No problem. Anytime Tripe presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. But Mr. Godot, that's my job. Well, you haven't been doing it very well, have you? Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. He just sounded like Von Karma for a second. Whatever. So do it! Yes, sir. No? The Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so yous know, since yous paying. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Ay, this guy. Alright. Save again, just in case. Afternoon. This sticks out to me the most. But I'm wondering... He wouldn't have seen him. Because of the dividers. He walked straight in the door. He walked straight in the door. He wouldn't have seen him. So I don't know if I need to press or if I just need to present. Heck it, I'm just gonna present. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tiger? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. Ho ho! And no one escapes the phoenix's clutches. Oh, dang! I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition. Why, that's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here.
Oh, he's sweating. He's sweating.
No, you're not, Mr. Phoenix. Hey, he might not have been in case 1 when he was a bump, but you know, a little youngin'. Everybody always tries to give the benefit of the doubt. So, from the entrance of Tribulations, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day, because you met with him. Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved to the point that the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo? In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court. With pleasure. Oh, oops, I don't know. Obviously. The killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness? Now that's cute. You think you could pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dares you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts? You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright! Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone. I'm sorry, you've done that to us a number of times. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. But Mr. Godot, let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't just see the victim. Oh, no, no, no. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. Oh my gosh, are we going back to this already? No! But very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Ha! Found your pen at last, right? It was in my pocket. But anyway. Mr. Wright, do you think I'm the kind of mob boss who has to kill people personally instead of just ordering my underlings around? I don't know. He doesn't seem like much of a mob boss in comparison to someone else that's been brought up in this game. Mr. Kudo witnessed 2 people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright? I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? I have an idea. Because she's talked about some strong coffee before. She's 25. I mean, I pegged her for only being in her 20s, but sheesh. Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tenderlender. He was making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick! Well, where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy, and she had a kind of cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when the eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. And, Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime is you. Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? Cute's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? You's got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right? But you's missed out one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid, too. Okay, you've committed perjury like 3 times now. But I don't think the judge is going to enforce that, unfortunately. I couldn't have poisoned him, you hear? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? Ha! What a troublemaker. It's a troublemaker. Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim? Yeah, I loaned El cash, about $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over. Now, I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. L was $50,000. Yeah, well, you's got the vig to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill a kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? He has to have one, but what is it? I have an idea of what it is. It's just a matter of getting there. Alright. So we don't have to go through that again. The waitress, you mean the girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. Maybe I should push a little on this. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? You saw there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back, that's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. The tiger's motive, huh? I was after the $100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. I call shenanigans. Then how do we show it? I guess just show this? Because he was in deeper debt than the victim. Yep. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, $100,000 wasn't enough to cover it, was it? Huh? About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. Where did you get all this info? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. Payment for these expenses was due in December of last year and was paid in full. Well, $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. Ha! No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. We're backing this kitten into a corner, chat. Order, order, order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright? Indeed it did. Simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Boo! Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt. Order, order, order! What do you say to that, witness?
Objection!
It's a nice little fairy tale, trite. But even if the witness did need $1 million, that doesn't tie him to Mr. Elg's murder. Mr. Elg only owed him $100,000 and had no hope of repaying it anyway. Yeah, that guy wasn't worth my spit. I don't think so. In fact, the opposite is true. The opposite? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Do you know where you're going with this, Nick? You've got to think outside the box, Maya. Outside the box? It's very straightforward. Mr. Tigre wasn't after the $100,000 at all. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? What exactly was Mr. Tigre after? Ooh. Crackers. I want to say this, because the lottery ticket was just happenstance when he was there. Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money. Care to explain how skill can be used as collateral to secure a loan, Trite? He had the skill to create a computer virus, and so he did. A virus known as MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. Computer? What does one of those do? I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Mr. Tigre, you couldn't have cared less about the $100,000, isn't that right? All you cared about was one thing, the virus. Surprised they actually didn't make him roar in that one. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glenn Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to never say happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win? Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy! He murdered Glenn Elg and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glenn Elg, while Viola Cavdavarini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection.
Like I said, trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. What you got to say about that, fool? Order! Order! Silence or I will clear the courtroom! You's put on a good show, Spiky. If you's want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
Oh, but you are dumb.
I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you were very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one, Mr. Wright? Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? Caller. What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? Uh-oh. I mean, I want to say he put the lottery ticket on her person so that the CD wasn't brought into question. And what's the relevance of that, Trite? Ah! Ah, bother. Okay. Alright. Dang it. Alright, blah blah blah. Go back to December. That's what happens. Okay. Press this. Go back through this. One in the 100,000, but he had debt up to his eyeballs. Had an accident, he has to pay compensation because he's a ding-dong. Close, Chad. I can feel it.
Objection.
Real quick. Save through all this. He didn't want the $100,000. He wanted the CD. And Your Honor is old. I mean, plus this was like the new age of common computers since this took place in the early 2000s. So. Old man comes in on it. Trying to remember where exactly it was where that came up, where it's like, oh, right. Show. And then we have to prove it was Maggie. More trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What trick did he perform to frame the accused? Oh! Oh! Get her convicted. I think. Okay. What on earth is that? Duh. What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Your Honor. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Again. Supposedly all it takes to look like Phoenix Wright is a blue suit and spiky hair. Which someone brought into question is like, does that mean they're insulting cosplayers? Though, granted, everybody can cosplay. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen. And up against Pain, of all people! Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accursed accused man here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Oh. Hey. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir?
Objection.
He's just doing what he does best. He's using his words and his voice to get out of this. This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court, we deal with people's lives. Nah. Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. No! If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far! You say he impersonated Glenn Elg. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. No! Oh boy. Huh. Great. Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You got that? All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Ha. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigre. What? No! No! Your Honor, sir? Don't you... Wait! Detective! Detective Gumshoe! Sorry I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too. What is it, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final, decisive piece of evidence. What? Oh, Gumshoe, always coming through with a pinch. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle. Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now? Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet. Clear as crystal all over the bottle. They're Furio Tigre's paw prints, all right. That's great. We've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elg's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Gumshoe! Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This is our last chance to help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie! You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone. Is there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered. Yes. Don't keep us all in the suspense, Trite. Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But yous lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here, but maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final, decisive piece of evidence to the court. Alright, you asked for it. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victims? Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What? But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains. Except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. L, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You'd make a good clown, you know that? What? You ain't never gonna get this to stick. Who's just making me laugh now? You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix, right? That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No, this is the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Don't mess with the tiger or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash. Don't look nothing like it. Got him. At last. What? Why's everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle. Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But yous ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy-looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. Grr. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. The poison, Cusco's poison. The poison made specifically to poison Cusco. That poison, yes. I'll stop with the references for now. Don't know who you's messing with. I'm the Tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You really want to admit that in court now, too? You think I'm just gonna let some jumped-up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with the phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Grr. Again, I'm not acting that. That's too much. Well, what's going on? It looks like a blackout. Well done, trite. Okay, so his visor glows. Got it. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Oh no. Dang it, Godo! Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Falls in the milder half of breakdowns among the Phoenix games. It's too much for me to voice, for me to just say that, so. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Oh, good! Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn L., Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was, Your Honor. And in the absence of genuine evidence. And in that case, the absence of a genuine prosecutor, too. Pain. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Virio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal. Ha! The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Thanks. Godot. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. Let's go! That is all. This court is adjourned. We did the thing! Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. And now I feel like I can forgive him. Don't think you can get away that easily in every trial, Mr. Wright. Most murderers aren't stupid enough to fall for such a trick. Yeah! Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick. In the doorway. Oh, Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. Well, wait. Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, well, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie? You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. I've got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. There you go. Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like weenies, you know. Oh. Yeah, and she can't have been gaining or sustaining any weight on prison food. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Oh. So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. Nothing like a good home-cooked meal. So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Aww. The end. Oh. Oh. Edgeworth! Edgeworth comes back. Oh, baby. Let's go. So we have a brand new episode for next time. Turnabout Beginnings. Oh, gosh. Should we watch the beginning of it, chat? Should we have it as a trailer for the next time we stream this? Yeah, let's do it. The girl. Let her go. Ooh. That looks dangerous. Shut up. Come closer, and I kill her. Sorry. But you're not going to get the chance. Excuse me? I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Terry Falls. Charged with kidnapping, murder, sentenced to death. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Recaptured on Eagle Mountain after 8 hours after escape. Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. The first case she talked about. 6 years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. Oh my gosh. And that's gonna have to wait for next time. Oh my gosh, this game! It's doing the timey-wimey wibbly-wobbly thing, but I'm really enjoying where it's going with this. Like, just how interconnected everything is. Like, oh my gosh. Like, I'm starting to get why this is, like, one of the best games in the trilogy, with some of the best cases. Oh my gosh. But yeah, that is going to have to wait for next time, so thank you everyone so much for watching, whether you've lurked or chatted. I appreciate all of you being around as we continue to lawyer and everything. The next time we will stream this is likely going to be Tuesday, the 26th, because of course Monday is Christmas, and I plan to take that off. So if you enjoyed yourself and you like to watch Lawyer and everything, I do encourage you to follow. So we will be playing more of this on Tuesday, starting case 3-4, Turnabout Beginnings. That's going to be very exciting, especially since we're going to see Edgeworth again. But yeah. Tomorrow is kind of looking up in the air if I'm going to stream or not. If anything, it's kind of up in the air. That's why I've kind of put Saturdays as TBD, just because of like IRL and it's the weekend of Christmas, etc., etc. But of course, if you follow, you'll know when we're going live and when. If you've missed any of these playthroughs, including all of our previous Ace Attorney playthroughs, you can always check out the YouTube. It's another free way for you guys to interact and see all the content and any of the VODs you may have missed. All of our previous Ace Attorney playthroughs are loaded up on there, as well as SMRPG, randos, story playthroughs, demos, challenges, etc. Again, it's completely free, but leaving a like helps us with growing the content and everything. If you also want to continue to interact with the community, you can also check out the community Discord. So you'll get going live notifications, the schedule, and just get to interact with a bunch of lovely people and everything else. But yeah. Again, I'm having a ton of fun with this, and I hope all of you are as well. Especially if I'm doing my voice acting right, I guess. Let's see if there's someone I want to drop you guys off, but I'm not seeing anything right now. YouTube with the playthroughs. Yeah, I found it to be very useful over the last year and a half to have it, because YouTube is so much easier to find and organize stuff than it is with Twitch, honestly. So it's been good for a VOD channel, and all of our playthroughs are up there. Again, along with Ace Attorney in its own little Ace Attorney playlist as well. So it's handy. There's not anywhere I could recommend you guys right now, but I can recommend, since it is Friday, right? Yes, it is Friday. If you're looking for something fun and comfy to watch or have on in the background, you can always watch Bob Ross. He's got a marathon going on, as they do over the weekends, of all the joy of painting, which is super comfy, again, to watch, listen, sleep to, do whatever with it on the background. But yeah, that's going to be all for me, so we're going to go ahead and call it there. So thank you again, everyone, so much for watching. But for now, I hope you all will have a lovely day or evening, wherever you are in the world, and I hope I'll see you all again soon. And again, for those of you in across the world that are celebrating, I do wish you all a very heartfelt Merry Christmas, and I hope you all will have a lovely holiday with your family and loved ones. And I hope that you all will come back with all the stories and everything else on Tuesday when we come back and stream. But again, thank you all again so much for watching, and I hope I'll see you all again soon. Take care, everyone.